Absolutely, yeah. And this is, I mean, I do think that we're in a world that is very different than the 18th century, right? And we have a complex array of regulatory agencies that's responded to complexity, right? And so, I mean, it does beg the question, like, is it, do you need to have some of this independence for these things to be properly regulated or not? Yeah, you make some strong points. Anything else, Jeff?
Many of these organizations were created because something happened, and that something that happened had a negative effect on the population at writ large, and so we created these organizations to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Glass-Steagall was a disaster, allowing banks to sell securities and then also allowing, investment firms to open up checking accounts. It was not a good idea. And we corrected it. But now they want to undo the corrections, to Abby's point, because private industry wants to make money. Private industry can make money without doing all these things.
Thank you, Daryl. I appreciate your perspective. Always articulate and energetic, and great to hear from you. The great one, El Normo, my friend here. El Normo, are we recognizing the proper extension of presidential power? Are we making King Donnie here, Norm? What are we doing here? What's the court doing?
Well, thank you, Scott. Wonderful, wonderful, energetic moderation on your part. And I just want to respond in passing to the last remark about corporations making money. There is I think, a massive misunderstanding about making money, as though somehow the pie is finite. When in fact, when corporations make money, the economy grows. And when the economy grows, there's more money for everybody, and there's more money for the government to spend on good things for the voters, good things for the populace. So, as a small example, New York was dirty, dangerous, broke before Giuliani. It was a mess. And Mayor Giuliani, having shepherded us through the Arab terrorist attacks of 9/11 by Al-Qaeda, lured businesses back by giving them tax breaks. In the city, because corporations came back, the city became prosperous and safe and clean. And there were no more people, there were no more Hoovervilles of squatters living in Tompkins Square Park or under bridges like the Williamsburg Bridge or over by the 79th Street boat basin, and people could walk the streets again. That's what happened under Giuliani, because he lured corporations back. So corporations making money, good, not bad. Economy growing, good, not bad. But let's talk about Donnie for a second. King Donnie. What we saw under the rule of my party, the Democratic Party, was various agencies like the FBI out of control, thinking that somehow they were the government, not the elected officials. So you had the chief of the FBI, Comey, blackmailing both candidates, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, thinking somehow that he was the president. He was because again he was not being reined in. We had prosecutors under under Biden's administration, charging the president with nuisance suits. For example, trying to charge him 34 times because he signed an NDA with a stripper, which is just a joke. Again, under Democratic rule, we had Jews being hunted down on Ivy League campuses, Columbia and Harvard. This was out of control. What we saw was that liberalism, which again has defined my life, being used against liberals, being used as a weapon to destroy the very system that had created it. So as awkward and clumsy and vulgar as Trump is, and nobody could argue this, as uninformed and petty and petulant and childish as he is nevertheless a necessary corrective to a system that had slipped into insanity. When somebody, I forget what the Voltaire expression is, if they can make you believe the impossible, then they can make you do the irrational. So again, quite sorry to have to again reiterate this. If they're going to tell you that boys have periods and need tampons and can get pregnant, something is very, very wrong. If they're going to tell you that girls can fight against boys and they're necessarily they're going to get their heads beaten in, something is very, very, very wrong. If they can tell you that Israel, which is obviously being surrounded by subversive terrorists that want to commit genocide, and they sing for the genocide of Israel, they sing for the genocide of America, and yet somehow using Darvo deflect, attack, and reverse victim and oppressor. Somehow they'll tell you that it's these tiny little band of Jews in the desert. Somehow they're committing genocide against 1.5 billion Arabs. It's a joke. And so what we have is somebody who is unsophisticated, Donald Trump, and illiberal, I would say, but speaking common sense that, and it's pretty much inarguable, right? We had Harvard, I had another thing on my list, Harvard admissions team openly mocking Asians. Oh, they're boring. We don't want them. They're boring. How dare they? That's openly racist. So in the name of fighting racism, you had open racism against certain groups. And it's unacceptable. And so we have this unlikely real estate magnate from Queens, of all places, suddenly being the most powerful man in the world and affirming an American vision and providing a correction to a system that had slipped into insanity. I'll land it there.
Thank you, Norm. Never disappoints with a little bit of controversial spice there. All right, thank you. El Normo, let's go to Alan. Alan, are you there, or are you selling cigars? Do you want to comment, or no, my friend? Alan going once, Alan going twice. He's probably making moves here. Let's go over to Faith. Faith, welcome to the stage. Do you think this Supreme Court decision recognizes the proper scope of presidential authority, or is it giving us a king? What do you think, Faith? Faith going once, Faith going twice. All right, let's go to JJ. JJ, what say you? What's the question of the day? Appropriate recognition of presidential power, or dangerous delegation and making us possibly facing King Downey? What do you?
I think that this is an illustration of the complete and utter malleability, porousness of our Constitution. A lot of us, like to revere this Constitution as if it's the greatest thing ever, and it's not, because you see absolute insanity and absurdity like what's going on right now. Yes, this is about King Donnie. He wants to be a king. He literally, there's been so many people who have said that he idolizes people like Hitler, like Stalin, like Mussolini. Like, that's why he's, best friends with, Putin and Kim Jong-un and all these people. He admires these people because he wants to be a king. He had everything that he has done with regards to this presidency, because a lot of times people, when I listen to, Republicans and MAGA and I don't know, anybody, Trump supporters, they say, well, what about all, his first presidency? His first presidency was him just warming up. He was just figuring things out. He was figuring out what he needed to do. This presidency, this is Trump. This is the real Trump that has arrived. Where he's, instead of putting in people like Mike Pence, who actually would push back, who was threatened to be hung on January 6th. Yes, I'm bringing that up because he actually was not a Trump loyalist. Trump was not able to enact his Project 2025 agenda. This is what he wanted from the beginning, and now we're all witnessing it. So yes, it, the the completely lopsided Supreme Court that is, basically just a mouthpiece for Trump and his administration, um, is basically doing it. This is how he wrote the song. This is exactly what he wanted. Everything is playing out exactly according to plan. People need to realize that this is this is not anything that any reasonable American would have wanted. I don't think that this is what the forefathers, that founded this country thought that where that they could ever even see the possibility of something happening like this. But this is what happens when you elect a criminal. But I won't go there too much.
I have a question for you. Does the Supreme Court make its decisions based off what people want or based off the jurisprudence in front of them?
Well, this is the thing. The Supreme Court, I hear what you're saying, but it's if the Supreme Court is acting with good faith is the key. And my response to that would be I don't think that when you have a completely lopsided partisan Supreme Court that's favoring one party over another, that you actually get fair and just decisions.
Sounds good.
So,
I was just curious. Thank you.
yeah. So I mean, I think that one thing that I do agree with when it comes to, and actually I agree with actually a lot of what you said, Marshall. Um, the Supreme Court is not there. That's not his job to be, making law. Congress, we're seeing the complete inefficiency of Congress, um, and we're seeing, just how easy it is for the Constitution to be, utilized in this nefarious way, in order for, the consolidation of power to someone who, has authoritarian like mentality, like Trump. So I think that it's really important that, once the Democrats come back, to power, which they will, it's a blue wave coming, you best believe that. That we start to correct some of the, start to patch up some of the holes, in the Constitution, that we, start to also understand that there's a lot of things that Trump did right in terms of the fact that he was able to basically get his agenda done by any means necessary. I think that he has opened the eyes of a lot of Americans in this country, and even a lot of Democrats, on Capitol Hill, that at the end of the day, if you're getting your agenda, um, enacted, you can take credit for that, and you're doing what the people want, or what some people, whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, they don't really care how it gets done. People just care, like what Trump did with immigration. People just care that stuff gets done. So I think that the Democrats, when they come back into power, sooner, hopefully than later, they need to actually do the same thing. I think that, especially what you said about the Supreme Court, I think that we need to get to a Supreme Court that is completely 50-50 Democrat and Republican, so that there is no way that they can have a policy that is unfair and completely partisan, so that you don't have these issues. It shouldn't be about, well, I'm just going to vote, down line with my party or whatever the case may be. It should be about actually evaluating the issues, and that way we can ensure, fairness. So,
Absolutely. JJ, you might find interesting, there's a group called the National Constitution Center. It's the only group funded by Congress to disseminate information about the Constitution on a nonpartisan basis. One year they had Chris Coons as their honorary chair, the senator from Connecticut, and the other year they had Neil Gorsuch as their honorary chair. Anyway, they did this really long exercise with liberal, progressive, and conservative scholars of the Constitution, and they came up with new amendments that might make it more fair. You can find these on podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Live at America's Town Hall is what one was called, or We the People. You might really enjoy them if you're interested in it. When you were talking, it made me think of that.
I'll definitely have to check it out, and I'm just gonna land with this. I think that, it's really important that we, because Trump is, he has a couple of years, and God willing, he will, exit quietly. But it's important that we never ever forget this time period, because I think after Trump, there this type of consolidation of power never needs to happen again, and that goes for Democrats or Republicans, because that's not how the country was intended. And
here, I'm with you. Make the executive way less powerful.
Exactly.
Here, make the president much weaker in terms of the power he or she holds.
Exactly.
I'm 100% with you.
Couldn't agree more with you, gentlemen. Let's.
I'm curious, Jay. I'm curious.
What is that? We'll come to you in a second, Daryl. We'll come to you. That was JJ was talking just now, right? Okay. You went before, right? Already?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
fine.
So now we'll go to Daryl. Daryl Cabot. Daryl, what say you on this question of proper recognition of executive power or dangerous expansion? What do you?
Man, well, I'm going to answer it this way. I remember when I went to go to law school, I was taking a constitutional law class at the University of North Texas. And I remember that class, I hated writing. I hated constitutional law. You never knew it having practical utility. Nonetheless, it was a good day for Americans today. One, they threw out the BS $5 million settlement fiasco of Trump. Mail-in ballots are still a thing. So state rights prevailed, and Trump's got to pay $5 million. Is it America, Grant? The Supreme Court giveth and taketh away. I know Trump's in a tizzy. But you gotta pay up. Here's the thing. I don't know if Trump has done as great a job you guys think he's done. Jay, I don't know if you're being facetious or not. Because if he did such a good job, there would be no blue wave. Right? How do you reward people when they do a good job? You give them, they get more seats, more Republicans get elected. Senators, upper room, lower chamber, sorry guys, hot pocket. I'll be quick. The pendulum is swinging because Trump isn't doing a very good job. Look, I'm an African American, right? It's funny. And it's not funny. I remember seeing the incident with the one lady that got shot by the ICE. That was terrible what happened to her. And it was like, for the first time, not really the first time, white people got to see what black people felt like. But in her instance, it was just like, she kind of, anyway, it was terrible. R.I.P. And then the other thing with the nurse guy, I can't think of his name. Terrible. Terrible. And then with the Canelo Anthony, terrible. Now these things may not seem that they're have anything to do with each other, but they do. All these things happen under Trump's leadership. Back in my military day, they say it goes from the top down, all the way up to the tippy top. I remember when I was in the Operation Iraqi Freedom, George W. Bush, interestingly enough, he was my governor, from Texas Army National Guard, and he was my commander-in-chief. I graduated high school in 2002, 9/11 happened my senior year. I remember when I got on that train for the first, not train, the airplane for the first time. I went down to Fort Knox, Kentucky. You know the place where no goes at? Home of the Cab Scouts and the Tankers. Man, it was some good old days. And then I went to Augusta, Georgia. Fort Gordon, signal guy. And I went back and did some training down, and man, the military made a man out of me. I remember being in AIT. All they did was let us watch war movies. You know, the usual suspects. Full Metal Jacket, Apocalypse Now, Platoon, Saving Private Ryan. Those types of movies. Band of Brothers. I want to go over there and kill some Iraqis. That's what you think of when you're 18 years old. Anyway, I digress. What I'm trying to say is this, guys. Trump is going to lose because Trump is not doing the will of the people. The people are feeble. I think deep down, a lot of Republicans don't really like Trump. I hear whispers. They're just waiting for the sky to fall. It's kind of like when Julius Caesar got stabbed by those senators. Everybody had to take a stab. Deniable possibility. You see, if it could happen to Julius Caesar, it can happen to anybody. And the Torah. They say there's nothing new under the sun. The more I live, I'm 42 years old, I probably got another 40 summers. The more the Bible has proven to be right. There's nothing new under the sun. Trump Day will come and go, just like everyone else's day will go. This country is 250 years old this year, guys. You know, my favorite Broadway show is Hamilton. And give me about 60 seconds, I'll get off this stage and get off my soapbox. I've seen Hamilton. I try to watch Hamilton in Chicago. I try to watch it in New York. I try to watch it in London. We couldn't get any, me and my ex-wife, we couldn't find any seats. I was very distraught. One day my wife or ex-wife came to me, she says, Terrell, I found some tickets to Hamilton. I really didn't know what the Hamilton was about, guys. All I knew is that freaking, Pence hated it. That's all I knew. And I didn't like Pence. So I wanted to watch Hamilton. Just because they said, screw Pence. So my wife told me, her ex-wife, we were married 19 years, guys, bear with me. So say wife, first wife, ex-wife, whatever. She said, I found these tickets. I'm like, you did? I don't know why I was excited, but we found it in Dallas. We're neighbors in Dallas. You know, I still need to go by and watch George W. Bush's his presidential library at SMU. I got into SMU. Would you believe this poor black guy graduated second from the bottom of his high school class, got into SMU, raising to build 40 VA clinics, $247 million, guys. Yeah, I remember this day from an Indian doctor too, who came to the United States with $7. Dr. Zagati from Encore Enterprises. What a crook. Anyway, next thing you know, would I lose my place? I'm sorry, guys, gotta give me a newer divergent.
That's all right. That's all right. I think you were wrapping up.
Oh, yeah, I'm wrapping up, Scott. 30 seconds or less. Oh, yeah, that's right. Pendulum swinging back the other way. Trump not doing a very good job. He's going to lose. Actually, you'll see pushback. There was an incident, something not too long ago. Trump was trying to do something with some national election stuff. I can't remember exactly what it was. And Greg Abbott pushed back on Trump. That was a rare sighting. He says, Trump, I think we like things the way we do things here in Texas. And I was like, yes, get him, Greg Abbott, get him Hot Wheels. He set Trump down. You know, another guy set Trump down. I can't think of his name. He's the CEO of Citadel. He got an op-ed. He told Trump in regards to the black lady, the first black Fed girl. He said, Trump, you're meddling in affairs you shouldn't be meddling in. Give her her job. The Fed must remain independent. Next thing you know, she got her back. She got her job back. That's when I knew it was a little bit more nuanced. See, the Koch brothers don't like Trump. The Bushes don't like Trump. They never forgot about the stuff that he said about the brother, the one that was in Florida. Bush is a real strong, powerful family.
All right, here we are. Now you're kind of all over the place, off the topic. It's all right. It's all right.
So,
It's
but
all
you
right.
know, you do know there's nothing on the side, and that every
There you go.
time that there was a lame duck president, this is in regards to the one gentleman named Jay that was talking about the blue wave was coming. It was coming, but it wasn't coming for the reason why he was coming. It was coming because it was coming anyway.
All right, John. I'm gonna have you wrap up because you're getting kind of far afield. But thank you. I appreciate your contribution.
I'll take you. You're not a political science major, are you, Scott?
Well, I was not a political science major. No, I'm just trying to mod the room here.
I can tell you're not a political science major. Art, economics. What did you grab?
Yeah, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on to Marad. Marad, welcome to the stage. Do you think this recent Supreme Court decision is a proper recognition of presidential authority or a dangerous expansion of the executive's power? What do you think, Marad?
Scott, buonasera, also Marshall and Alan. Scott, at all, today's movements of President Trump and his facing and confront with Supreme Court affirms my proclaim that Donald Trump is trying to stay on power, to remain in power in 2028 by means of the Iran war case. You know, he is.
Marad, how would he do that?
He is moving a step by step in Iran's war case. And imagine a day in the next steps of war with Iran, imagine a day that U.S. Army captured and seized some oil island, Marshall? Sorry. Imagine a day that U.S. Army would capture some oil islands of Iran's territorial integrity in the next steps of war, and the suicide operations of IRGC will develop, and the country, the America, will locate on severe war status. So, based on U.S. Constitution, on severe war status, by means of the vote of Supreme Court, Trump remains on power in 2028, and I think that's in postmodern framers call for America. That's it. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Martin. Let's go to DJ, Jess. What do you think? Did the Supreme Court just give us a king? Or is this just what we need in a president? What do you think, DJ? DJ looks like he's going to be on the phone right now. Let's go back to Daryl. Daryl wanted to get back in. Daryl, more thoughts, it looks like. What do you have?
Yeah, so I asked for some latitude here. I came up because I think something that I said earlier was misunderstood because a speaker came up and said, something. I absolutely said that businesses should be able to make money and businesses can make money and we can keep regulation in place, right? Staying on topic, my comment was about his relentless attack on the Federal Reserve Bank, his relentless attack on government agencies that mostly regulate, So an example that I would like, an example is, any of you guys familiar with what a slab is, S-L-A-B?
Does he mean like a giant sheet of concrete for house to sit on top of? I don't know what it means.
No, this one's even sexier, right? So SLAB stands for Student Loan Asset Backed Securities. So at some point, someone went to the federal government, similar to the mortgage, to putting mortgages, wrapping mortgages and investments and selling them to the public. I'm at it's World Cup. I'm out here hanging out. So you might hear some music in the background. So someone goes to the government and they say, hey, let us create an investment pool, and this pool is going to be filled with student loans, right? Right now, there's about $67 billion in student loans, slabs, student loan asset-backed securities that are sitting on the books of Wall Street. We are currently looking at what could possibly be a student loan bubble similar to the mortgage bubble. And there are about $167 billion in student loans that are in default right now. And a lot of economists, through the noise as to what everything else that's happening, is trying to sound the alarm. Hey, these student loans, people aren't paying these loans. The average borrower, I think, is under 40, and we could be looking at another massive bubble.
Daryl, can I have a question about that?
Yeah,
Were these
sure.
was this fund securitized, and what was the due diligence when they securitized it?
So that's a great question, Abby, because no one really knows. It's securitized, but because if you think about it, unlike your traditional mortgage, which you can discharge in bankruptcy, student loans cannot be discharged. Student loans, I think alimony, child support, and back taxes are like the four things that I believe cannot be discharged. So the idea is, once you apply for a student loan, they're going to get blood from that stone for the rest of your life until you pay it back. And they are wrapped in investments at different firms on Wall Street. And again, there's about $67 billion in slabs, and we're looking at $170 billion bubble right now. And if the slab bubble reacts the way the market bubble did, then there's going to be a massive credit crunch. People don't understand it. They say, well, I don't have a student loan. Credit crunches won't affect me. It will affect you. Because even if you don't have a credit card, by the way, I saw something last week. I don't know if it was maybe it was a London report. 92% of credit card users are like literally using 80% of their credit card limit, and they're making the minimum payment. So if you look at this historically and statistically, many of these people are going to default. It's just going to happen, right? So credit affects everybody, because credit affects your local store, because they have to borrow more. They have to borrow at higher interest rates to buy supplies. They're going to pass those costs down to you. If you look around, almost everything is up everywhere. And to Abby's question, most of the stuff is not heavily regulated. Someone lobbies, hey, we can create more. And again, I'm a capitalist. I've always worked in private industry. I spent 16 years on Wall Street. I believe in the creation of money. But at some point, when some dragon walks into Congress and says, hey, we figured out a new way to create money, let us wrap investments secured by student loans because you can't default on them, someone at some point should just say no to some of these things. Wall Street, my alma mater, is always going to be looking for ways to create new money. Governance and regulation is supposed to protect the average person from some of this stuff.
But
Right.
Daryl,
Yeah.
another question. But since you work in the industry, do you think that Dodd-Frank and some of these regulatory provisions that came in, and the legislation that came in, was strapping, too much of a fetter on the ability to lend and the ability to conduct business. I mean,
Well-
some of it, or maybe too overreaching with
Well,
Dodd-Frank.
no, but because
And
Dodd
I
Frank was
understand why Dodd-Frank came in, and we needed it.
it was a reaction, right?
It was a reaction.
Most of this stuff is, it's like 911, right? Cops get called to react to something. Cops, unless you just, like, something's happening right in front of them, police are a reactionary force. Dodd-Frank was a reaction. So if there really is this student loan bubble that they really think is about to pop, and $171 billion in debt goes into default, and then no one wants to lend money anymore, we're gonna see another version of Dodd-Frank because most of the time they're reacting to something, right? As opposed to regulatory boards looking at some of this legislation and saying, okay, you can't do this. I get the idea of wealth generation. I get the idea of making money, but some of this stuff, if it's going to impact every single person, because a credit crunch will impact your car notes. It will impact your car leasing credit amounts. It will impact you borrowing. It will impact your life in every way. It doesn't matter if you're a millionaire or if you're just some guy walking down the street. No one lending at institutional levels will eventually trickle down to you. And at some point, again, lobbyists lobby, but at some point, when the investment banks come in and they say, hey, we figured out a way to generate new money, someone should be able to just say, no, I don't think that this is in the interest of the people, and just say, no, Wall Street will figure out a way to make money. They always do. But you don't have to let them do everything, because their interests are only the interests.
Sorry. What happened if all these thief hands is on the same pot? The way you say somebody's backing each other.
Say that one more time, Alan.
I said this, the way you explaining, like all these thieves are in charge. All them hands is in the same bucket.
Well, yeah, but
They are reaching, and we are the one we are doing. I don't understand because I see in the market, I'm in the middle of people. People income is drop and expenses is going outrageous up.
Yeah, and that's before I talked about the personal consumption expenditure index, people are spending less money right now, and if people are spending money, then the Fed is likely going to.
Because they don't have money to spend.
Yeah, they don't. Because, I mean, that's just a whole other room, Alan. But what I'm trying to say, going back to the point, is that regulatory institutions are supposed to protect regular people. They're not supposed to just be there, for pomp and circumstances. They're supposed to be there to protect pointy-headed cretins from destroying the country. And so in this case, if there is a student loan bubble that pops, you might see what happened with the mortgage meltdown. And Lehman Brothers is gone. When I first got onto Wall Street, Lehman Brothers was always there. Bear Stearns is gone. These are institutions that most of us thought would never go away, and they pick and choose who they're going to cut loose. And if this $171 billion bubble pops, which I really hope it doesn't, it could be blood on the streets again, but it's going to be with very specific firms, and they're going to figure out a way to sell this debt to collection agencies. Usually the government will start, what they do with federal loans and default, they just start garnishing paychecks. They're going to get their blood. So if you originally had like a 5-year student loan and you default, they're going to chase you until you stop working. They're going to get their money, and it's just these things are not good for the populace in general.
Thank you, Daryl. William's back up. I think he can hear now, I hope. William, are you back with us, my friend? Can you hear? Can you contribute? William, maybe not. All right, so William going once, William going twice. All right, everybody. Well, 6:42. Seeing no speakers.
I'm back.
Oh, there you go. All right, William, you're here. What do you think, William? Has the Supreme Court recognized appropriately the limits and purview of executive power, or did they go a long way to making us have King Donnie up there? What do you think?
You know, I agreed with a lot of the legal analysis I was able to hear earlier that Abby presented. That the legal analysis about Humphrey's executor, and the other cases was in my view a really good analysis. I agree with Abby's analysis. I come to some different conclusions, but not entirely different. I'm not really in disagreement with the analysis. So there's a theme that's going on in the Trump 2.0 White House of implementation of the unitary executive theory, which is basically something that Russell Vogt was able to work on in the interregnum between Trump 1.0 and Trump's second taking of the presidency. So it's a very unusual thing, but this was something that was really worked on for a number of years, and it was in a large and somewhat complicated document. A lot of these efforts to expand executive power are set forth in Project 2025. So the NPR article that you read portions of, excerpts of, I think was really spot on. And this is an expansion of executive power. I think it's an expansion at the cost of overriding case law. And this issue is a long, complicated issue that stretches back to the years before we had really established administrative law, which was never contemplated or vaguely complicated as a possibility when the Constitution was framed. But it turns out that this is something that has been approved with law, under various legislative terms of the Congress and the Senate, and laws were enacted which effectively limit executive power. This opinion, and I haven't had a chance to read it or research it as much as I would like to, but it cuts into that body of case law of statutes and regulations that were approved by Congress, and consistent with the implementation of the unitary executive theory, it increases, in this instance, executive power at the expense of legislative power, which and laws that were enacted over the course of 100 years, 80 years. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it, but yeah, this is a real expansion of executive power, and that is what the current majority on the Supreme Court has been consistent about doing for Donald J. Trump. And the danger of this is that the expansion of executive power that's contrary to what the framers likely intended when the pendulum swings is going to empower another executive to exercise power in a way that really undermines the checks and balances that were originally contemplated in the Constitution for the purpose of having limited governments, limited
limited branches of the federal government, limited power of the federal government compared to state governments, and not contemplated in the original a limitation of the power of the executive to override statutes, regulations, and administrative agencies that were set up by congressional statutes with the intention of being independent of the executive, so that it's just really going to grant large power to Trump that is beyond what we've seen in the past. Can you characterize that as a gift to King Donnie? Yeah, I think it's a gift. I think it's an implementation of the unitary executive theory, which is something that even Bill Barr advocated for. But then he pulled back after January 6th, or actually after the build-up to January 6th. So a lot of these threads can be tied together, and a lot of the different conflicting opinions that, like Dr. Francine had, can be reconciled, but it takes more research and more detailed discussion in order to do that kind of reconciliation. And I think Abby was on the right track.
All right, thank you, William. Thank you so much for that contribution. Very articulate and thoughtful, as usual. And thank you, everybody, for being here at the Critical Thinking Forum. And I'll just leave us with some words from our great leader, who might be our new king.
Nobody can do it like me. Nobody can do it like me. Honestly.
Nobody's stronger than me.
Nobody has better toys than I do. There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am. Nobody loves the Bible more than I do. Nobody builds walls better than me. Nobody's better to people with disabilities than me. Nobody's fighting for the veterans like I'm fighting for the veterans.
There's nobody that's done so much for equality as I have.
There's nobody more pro-Israel than I am. There's nobody more conservative than me. There's nobody that respects women more than I do. Nobody would be tougher on ISIS than Donald Trump. Because nobody's ever had crowds like Trump has had. There's nobody that understands the horror of nuclear better than me. But nobody even understands it but me. It's called devaluation. The sale of the uranium that nobody knows what it means. I know what it means. Nobody knows more about trade than me. Nobody knows the game better than I do. Nobody in the history of this country has ever known so much about infrastructure as Donald Trump. I know the H-1B, I know the H-2B. Nobody knows it better than me. Nobody knows politicians better than I do. Nobody knows more about taxes than I do. Nobody knows more about debt than I do. Nobody knows the system better than me. I have many friends. Many friends. All of my friends, so many. Steve, I see over here. Marco Rubio is a very, very good friend of mine. Tom Brady's a friend of mine. My friend Elton John. George Steinbrenner was a good friend of mine. Howard Stern was a friend of mine. We've been friends for a long time. A friend of mine is a great manufacturer. A friend of mine is a great excavator. I have a friend who builds plants. I have friends that are reporters. A friend of mine is in law enforcement. My best friends have become fire marshals. The generals have become very good friends of mine. My biker friend. A friend who's a doctor. A friend who's a farmer. I know the insurance companies. They're friends of mine. I have many friends that are liberal, and I think they're wonderful people. I have friends that are wonderful business people. I have friends that are very wealthy people. Friends of mine go bankrupt. I have many women, and I have some very smart friends.
That's right, my friends.
Friend who's a very smart guy and a very streetwise guy. Friend of mine.
That's right, my friends. Nobody does it. Nobody does it better. Nobody does it better.
Well, Scott, I'm glad he didn't say two things. He's not better cigar salesman, and I'm not his.
Absolutely.
Nobody does it better.
Nobody does it better. At least in his own words, my friends. And nobody does it better on this app than our dear leader, Gary Baumgartner, who couldn't be here today because I think the alarm clock failed. But nobody is as good an audience as you guys, the Critical Thinking Forum audience. So this goes out to you, everybody. Nobody does it better on Clubhouse than you all. you, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow.
I thought it was your mama that was gonna cuss me out first lady. I ain't gonna hold you. Oh shit, Britt on stage. Oh, my shit. Sister Britt has taught me first lady the foot good, and I have learned. So yes, I have been watching it through the power of Britt and Bob and your mama and Igor. It's been fun. Britt charged just the other day. I said, God damn, I just came in the room, sis. I wasn't here. They told Britt she really hadn't been a fan from the get go, and Britt said, I know you fucking lying. I know you fucking lying. Exactly. And pulled out every jersey she had in that closet. And she charged all us up on stage. I shut up. Exactly. But when she left, I was talking again. Exactly. Penny was over there eating her food, like Safari did that one day when they were fighting down at that picnic on that TV show. But First Lady, currently they are in stoppage, what looks like for the extra time that they're playing. If Germany does not put this away and this goes to penalties, they are definitely going to be out in the round of 16. So, cheers to that. Britt, shut the fuck up, bitch. Get back in
farebbe grazia un cadavere. Come tu cadi. Così, così di guida la scorta ultima e condannati. Il tempo passa, sai quale sopra laggiù si compia. Là si fa incompatibile. Quando io per tuo voler non resta che un'ora di vita. bisogna che tutti abbian per morto il cavalier. Quest'uomo fido provvederà. In oscuro! No, d'anch'io li darò voi che presente. Spoletta, chiudi! Voglio dirlo te stesso. Sia, e dai passo. Vada, allora parta. Sì, come cavalieri. Io tenni la promessa. Ora, voglio un salvacondotto onde fuggire dallo stato con lui. Partir dunque, volete.
And the bigger picture is these women are being paid to do a job at this school, but look at how much time and energy they're wasting just arguing with someone over something they're legally protected to do. Again, you see how much time and resources women fucking waste over dumb bull. It's feelings in a fucking safe space, and they're wasting taxpayer dollars and fucking time, and they're not doing their fucking job. And you all these fucking government offices where it's dominated by fucking women. You go to these schools where it's the same thing over and over and over. And these women run these women dominate these organizations. So this is why men don't go into these spaces, because this is a bullshit we got to deal with. Nobody's got the fucking patience for this shit. It's annoying. It's aggravating. It raises your fucking blood pressure. So we'll say, fuck it. Y'all want to run this shit into the fucking ground? So be it. Just don't fucking call us when you destroy it and it's time to fucking rebuild it. We're going to go off and do our own fucking thing. When you have male-dominated environments, because I've been working in male-dominated environments my entire fucking life, blue-collar, male-dominated fucking environments, man. We don't have these issues. We don't have these fucking problems at all. At all. You will never see this type of behavior.
Because they'll give you, I'm just saying, they'll educate you on the facts, right? It'll be easier. So.
Okay, go ahead and just do everything you do.
That's what I'm going to do.
If you want, I will give you a tour of the campus if that's what you would like, of the center.
No, I just need the videos in here in the lobby that I'm going to get, and I'll get it.
But would you want more information about the center as well, or?
I might have some questions, yeah, eventually.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just getting some the video that I need in here.
Okay, but we do have to be careful because we do have a lot of personal information with some of the students because we do certifications in this office as well.
For sure. Well, I would assume.
And again, the retardedness. Well, if you're filming in a public area, we have personal. Hey, bitch, it's your job to not put private information in the public. You don't get to kick the public out and infringe on the public's rights because you're too stupid to keep private shit private, and you want to take private shit and put it into the public. But instead, women would rather infringe on someone's rights that someone shed blood for than to just take the onus and responsibility to say, hey, my job's a little bit, I decided to take this job, so I got to take the hard work of making sure that I don't let anything private out into the public for any open eyes to see. No, they'd rather not do the fucking work and put the onus on somebody else to take sacrifices. This is female nature. This is female fucking nature right here.
You guys would like
And what
have
was your
that
name?
privately, right?
Yes.
So, so it wouldn't be in the view where I'm.
No.
Okay, yeah, so I'm not gonna get into this. I'm also
Let him do
not
what
here
he
for
needs to
this.
do. Let's have a seat. Okay. Are you sure? Yeah.
You guys don't have a choice. It's not
Well,
about
we can't really answer phone calls then, no, because it's gonna be recorded. Yeah, let him do what he's done, and I'm gonna reach out to him. For.
I tried to help her out. Hey, the police are here. She heard about it, so go ahead and call them. She tried to grab my camera. She almost
Sir,
grabbed
I
it.
did not grab your camera.
You know it's on camera, right? I said you tried to grab my camera.
Yeah, I just don't want to videotape.
I know, but it's on camera, right? I'm not lying about what happened.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't mean to grab anything, and I'm not trying to grab your camera either.
I thought it might have just been a reaction.
I would love to give you a tour of the center itself, so you have some information.
Well, why have we changed the attitude? Now you read an email that closed.
I did not read anything. I'm just trying to make it a safe zone for my students here. These are my student assistants, and I'm the interim director of this department.
A safe zone from a man holding the camera. Like, again, this is who we're allowing to lead our communities and our country and dominate certain spaces, important spaces, and they're afraid of a camera. But these women want to go to war. Oh, we should be able to listen to. You can't even handle a man just holding the camera, minding his own fucking business that didn't say shit to you.
The men do the same thing.
What's that?
Men do the same thing.
No, they don't, Preston. Because again, if you look at these videos, go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is that, like, we've seen plenty of videos where, when it comes down to police officers, men, both black and white, have been very nasty responses when it comes to the police department. And I agree with you. Like, we need more masculine men, and we need to be careful with that. But we also have an police department that is very disrespectful, that don't understand that there's a difference between mental health situations and real criminal situations, and need to get advantage of that.
Yeah, but see, that's another feminine-minded premise. Again, police officers aren't fucking social workers. They're not mental health specialists. Their only job is to enforce the law. That's literally.
No, they actually. Have you been trained to be a police officer?
No, I have not. Negative.
Yeah, they actually train longer to de-escalate more than they're training to, start problems. So they actually are trained more for warfare when it comes down to social workers than themselves.
Right, but you understand that's recently, since our society has become more
That's
feminized.
always been a thing.
No, it has not. That's never been a thing. That's just this whole police officers, mental health, all this. This is a recent thing, brother. This has not been in existence for very long.
No,
it's the more feminine, because again, when you take the women out of it, men understand how to deal with people who break the law, people who are menaces to society. We handle them a certain way. That's why that's why we didn't have the level of societal issues. Once we started babying and coddling people, and it's not your actions and your decisions. It's because you have a mental health problem. It's because you're autistic. It's because you have PTSD. It's because you have ADHD. It's because you have trauma. It's because you have that's when we started having to go into this coddling, pacified, situation with the police. So this is a recent thing, Preston.
it's not. Well, I can tell you this, like the way people are like living, it's not like a new thing. But I can also tell you this, like when you say that the coddling of people is not new, no, that is a real thing. Because guess what? We can look at their historical background and how they treated the same people from different genders, different sexualities, and different races. And why is it so high, specifically in the police industry, that there's always more disparities there? And my whole thing is like, say, I think that a criminal needs to be arrested and handled per what situation. But what I'm not gonna deny is that we do understand that that the police department directs
and that, you know, they may have some energy that they have been taught. That's their I'll say. Um, like I've, and I'm like with you, right? But it's weird and nasty, and I think that black people need to stop being so emotional. But when they do studies on white cops and they decide to shoot black people first in simulations, that's a problem. How do you feel about that?
But that rarely happens, Preston. And
no, but no. When you say it really happens, can you prove it?
Yeah, absolutely. We have.
I'm talking to Fish. Next.
Yeah, Preston. We've actually gone over the actual stats about police shooting.
Can you do it one more time?
Okay, yeah. Do you know how many people unarmed people, the police shoot and kill?
No, that's not. That's not my argument. Because you can't get me with that because I'm not a stupid black. I'm actually a smart black. Well, a smart black. But when, maybe not today, because, you know, and I love this one, so I'm gonna not troll. But we understand that when it comes down to black people and white people getting shot and killed, that's not the problem because black people are, you know, not the majority in America, like people are. So black people, by statistics, are still statistically killed more than white people, which is a problem. And I know you're gonna say, oh well, black.
That's not true. That's not true. It's actually more, even if you adjust for per capita. So there's how many blacks are in this country? Person, you know, approximately. How many? Let's do the math. Let's do the math right now.
How about you do the math together with me? Because I'm sorry, I'm a little.
Well, I'm asking you. No, and I'm not. It's not a gotcha. I'm just asking. Do you genuinely know?
I want to learn.
Do you genuinely know how many black people make up the American population?
Yes, that's good.
It's 40 million. It's roughly around 40 million. Yep. So if you're talking 40 million blacks, right? If you're looking at how many unarmed people the police, or not even unarmed people, it's armed and unarmed.
No, that don't work. Because
it doesn't work.
No, you saying unarmed, so which meaning you're adding another filter in there.
And then break it down from there. So I want to start getting it more dirty. Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. We can agree on that. Absolutely.
Unarmed, because
okay, fine. That's all.
Officers should not be killing unarmed people or armed people. Period.
So
I don't need your okay.
Hold on, Preston, chill.
No. What do you mean? Like, hey,
but K's a moderator. Hold on, Preston. Yeah, I can explain that. Absolutely, that's a fair question. I can explain to you. So the way I run my rooms is we can agree to disagree, we can have different opinions, but let's have the conversation respectfully. And when I say respectfully, I don't mean you can't call me names or criticize my opinions. What I mean is that let's give each other fair room to speak and then have the dialogue back and forth. Okay, that's what I mean. Because my mods do have a certain language, and it's going to say a lot of speak, takes part in the conversation. So that's how I the respect aspect is let's just have a dialogue. I'll let you talk. I want to hear your points so I can address them, and then I want you to hear my points, and then you have a fair chance to address it too. Is that fair?
Yes, no, I would like to hear your points, but the only thing for me, say, and maybe it's just a personal thing that, you don't have to do, but I can hear, I noticed that a lot of people are speaking that we just switch it. That's not what I'm just saying. We need to speak together where we like, leave a quiet moment and they never speak. But they only wait like you're speaking on for one of the first things. So I want to be able to hear the points that I need to like, right? So that's it.
plus years. Okay, so we got consistent data that shows how many people are shot. Now, whether it's the fault of their own, whether they're innocent and got shot unjustly, we go into the overall 1,000 people shot, killed, or
That's not a year.
I said 1,000 plus or minus. So it's not it's roughly about
1,000. Because I see that you have partners, and I would like to have a person up here who agrees with all of our points. When it comes down to 1,000 people, 1,000 people are a lot for a population that's 3 million, and that's one of the biggest
that's 1,000 people compared to 350 million. That's actually not a lot. That's actually not a good sample.
Let's think about it from this not enough people die.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that there's a certain threshold, and I think this is a problem, Preston. I think a lot of people have a utopianistic mindset. So let me answer your first question. So, Preston, the thing is, I think a lot of people have this unrealistic, unpragmatic, utopianistic mindset where they want to. Their thing is, well, even if it's one, it's still too much. That's not realistic, bro. We got 300,000. Yeah, but Preston, hear me out. Let me explain. It might make a little more sense to you. So what I'm pressing is that nothing is perfect in life. When you have 350 million individualistic humans, you're going to have a threshold of adversity in your society. That's just given, right? So out of 350 million people, if only 1,000 people a year are shot and killed, that's actually a good number. The threshold you're looking for, Preston, is about 10%, right? And we in the military we measured this. We had this saying called guns 10%. So you got a little under 2 million service members completely in the military. You're going to have some fuck ups in the military. As long as that threshold is below 10%, then we gotta chalk it up to just human error, and human mistakes and intervention are gonna cause adversities. If it goes over that 10% threshold, then now we can actually say, hey, we have a problem. Just like any business or organization, no matter how well you train your people and how much money you invest in training, right?
1,000 wrong employees will be a problem, right?
No, well, if you have 350 million employees, that's not bad at all. That's actually now if you had 2,000 employees,
what business statistics are you supporting that? Because one employee is part of a business. So 1,000 employees that don't do right for a business. America is a business. And it's what do you call it? It took, 3 people to infiltrate the, what do you call it? The internet system. What is it? In 2020, which is equal to 18. So when we talk about
I'll use your point to prove. So here's the thing: five Islamic terrorists, 5 Muslims, caused the tragedy of 9/11. But here's the thing: we didn't stop. We don't persecute Muslims. We didn't kick them all out of the country.
I'm not talking about Muslims. I never mentioned those. I'm talking about the
You mentioned the
immigrants
5
of
though.
America.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that out of the millions and millions of Muslims in this country, 5 of them need immigrants.
But it's not about. You see how it's so weird because you talk about numbers and it's small and specific. I'm specifically talking about the energy of America. I'm not talking about the energy of subgroups. So you can't do that. I'm not.
But that's what this whole point of this conversation was. Going back to the police.
You're talking about subgroups. I'm talking about America.
Okay, and in America we have 350 million people and only 1,000 died. So out of that 1,000, how many blacks died from being shot and killed by cops?
Tell me, King.
It's a little over 200.
Yeah, that's a lot.
We're less than 20% of the grand total.
So hold on. But no, that's not how that works. That's not how that works, King. Under the police department is still a department that is for the
But that's different, Preston. Every single venue always has room for improvement. But what I'm saying is, if you're gonna
and you see, that's what I'm saying, that you're arguing with me. I'm hoping that you don't understand, because that's what I'm saying. I'm not asking for eradication. I'm asking for improvement.
Right, but here's the thing.
And that's what.
This is the point. Preston. Let me respond to you. Yeah, let me respond to you real quick.
I didn't.
But here's the thing. You can only improve so much. Once you get below that 10%, once you get below that 10% threshold, the amount of money, the amount of resources you throw into trying to get it lower than that, you're at that point just wasting, because no matter what, you're gonna have these 10% of human beings that no matter what you do, what training, what improvement you try to instill, they're just fuck ups. They're just naturally fucked up, and they're gonna fuck some shit up.
You're wrong.
Amazon's the same way. We're talking about corporations. Amazon hires thousands and thousands of people. Guess what? Out of those thousands of people they hire, they have people that steal. They have people that steal from them and do things to hurt the organization.
Hold on. Say, when the average person gets fucked over with Amazon, what do?
They fire them. But the point but you're missing the point, Preston, is the fact that if Amazon wanted to get below.
I have one more question, and I'll let you go. Do they actually go to corporate, or they go to the bottom, or do they just make sure that the person who made the problem doesn't exist?
No, what they do is they get rid of that problem, but they don't keep dumping money. Hold on, well, wait a minute. Less than 10% of Amazon employees that they hired are problematic to the system, because if they try to make them 10%, okay. Again, the thing is, they get rid of them. They don't invest money trying to hold on, Preston. You gotta give me a chance to respond. I've been nice and I've been letting you cut me off and then trying to hear you out and understand where you're coming from. But you gotta give me that same respect, bro.
I will.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So what I'm saying, Preston, is that Amazon doesn't keep dumping money to try to fix these people. They just fucking get rid of them. But Amazon still has the same business model, and they keep moving forward with that same business model and training and hiring practices. Because they understand, hey, no matter what we do, there's going to be a certain percentage of fuck-ups because they're just fucking retards. They're just or they're crooked, or whatever the case is. Once we identify them, we just got to get rid of them. But we're not going to waste a bunch of money and resources trying to re-educate these people and keep them on board and try to dump money into. No, they once it gets past a certain point, then we know it's an organizational problem. But if it's below a certain point, we just can chalk it up to that's just a risk of dealing with human beings. But go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I'm okay. Sure, okay.
So when it comes to policing, the thing is, we have millions of interactions. Every single year, we have millions of interactions between police and between the civilian population, right? Out of millions of interactions and encounters with each other, we only have 1,000. And then here's the thing: if you take that 1,000 and you break it down and you look at those cases, the majority of the cases is so when you actually take out the percentage of where the person didn't deserve to be shot, you're talking maybe 2 million people.
Nobody
If you're out having a good day with that department, different, and I roll up on you and I point a gun at you and your family, yes, you deserve to shoot me to save your own life and your family's life.
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for saying that. You're so amazing. Tell me, how many percentage of black people who are killed that actually do that? Hey, guess what? He's alive. Is he alive? Yeah, okay. So I think I want to say the argument is not for me. It's not should we pay for surgery. I
responding to your If 1,000 people out of 350 are killed by cops, then over
'Cause she died, they hung her.
There's no evidence today. police that spend millions.
Let me go loud. Okay, well, how else do you keep yourself in a jail cell? That woman ain't kept herself either.
So what evidence do you have to support that?
He's talking about black people not being.
I'm not finna argue with you about that.
Then why did you join the stage, man? This is the whole point of having a debate. You bring up a point, and then when I ask you to elaborate your point, now you want to back out of it. If you don't have a conversation, it's
is talk about what I was talking about, and then y'all can finish. Because he's not going to get away with saying that black people are more racist. Simple, such a simple as that. It's the same thing happening. We have PSC that's taunted with ideology products, showing us that culture for us doesn't exist. That's the case with black ass at the party. When white boys have water guns that look more gun-like than his, and it doesn't happen to them. This isn't about respectability. Isaiah is the really to the Sandra Bland.
And what I'm saying is you're being disingenuous right now. You're picking out parts. So again, I'll give you Fernando Castillo. But again, that's the anomaly. That's not the overwhelming majority of how these situations get out. So again, if you look, again, we have, it is, and I'll give you the stats. It is, and I'll give you the stats. We have recorded documentation. You can look at the FBI, the UC, uniform, something reports of the FBI, the statistics that they put out, and they go over this stuff. So again, if you look at it, there's 1,000 people who are shot and killed by cops, right? Out of that 1,000, there's roughly 200 black people, period. Out of those 200 black people, they wiped out the cases, and they Washington Post actually, if you go on their website, they actually started tracking all this shit. They did a search surrounding the case. The overwhelming majority of the 200 black people that were shot and killed by cops, they convicted. It's like five or less that are actually unjustifiably killed by cops. That's 5 people out of 40 million. So again, you're gonna have here and there. You're gonna have fucking retards that have positions that shouldn't be. That end up in county jail. But 5 out of 40 million blacks and Hispanics interactions a year. Those are great fucking numbers. So yeah, I'll give you Fernando Castillo. Again, that's the anomaly. The overwhelming adverse reaction when it comes to police, when it comes to dealing with blacks. Blacks start off unruly, and then the cops respond.
Now my response. And this is going back to what you said. Most of the time, lives heroes are saved. Cops are brave. It's not like it's not some type of incident or huge or something. And that happens every state. I'm not gonna be president. Show me your license. No, not show me your license. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't do anything. I'm already arrested. But y'all always want to say that we should comply. Compliance is some bullshit. I can't see no white person who just won't show me their license. You don't understand. I have
everybody says the same thing. Okay, well, let me change the conversation a bit. How's your day? Because he might have had a bad day. That could be in that 11% that Cindy's talking about. So then they take your black ass home if you're so scared of white police officers. I'm sitting here and give garbage out of your mouth. You're a fool. So you have no self-impulse control.
Right, that's the thing, BT. There's a way to handle shit. There's a way to handle shit logically, right? So again, if there's no problem, if a cop comes, if you're in a no ID state, it's your constitutional right. If you're not doing anything wrong, the onus is on the cop to have RAS. RAS is reasonable, articulable suspicion that you either committed a crime, you're about to commit a crime, or what is it? You're about to commit a crime, or you have committed a crime. Okay? If you don't have that and you're trying to hide behind RAS, then no, the operation is completely separate. It's just like you're trying to hide behind RAS and there's no problem with that. Absolutely means that people say, okay, you're gonna go to jail by that. That's fine. That's valid. I'm not gonna sit there and expose my identity because people are like, okay, you sent me to jail. That's the constitutional right. That's the constitutional right.
Those are auditors, though. They know they're in the right generally, and then they go pumping at you. If you don't do that to them, there's no self there. It's like they're just trying to surrender to the It's clearly just the officer jumped the gun, lost his shit, and then shot him. And even his fellow officers didn't believe him. If you watch the video, they have him retell the story, go to the scene of the murder, and like go and show, oh, where were you when he shot? His story doesn't add up at all. And essentially, what happened was it was about 2 a.m. The guy was pulled over to the side of the road. There was a report of a lot of carjackings in the area. He just assumed that he saw a black guy in a car that's pulled over to the side. It must be a carjacking. No, his car broke down. He's waiting for a tow. He killed him. Mind you, you can hear in the recording the dude's being totally polite. He's like, hey, officer, no, I'm okay. Everything's all right. The officer's yelling back, what, are you sure? What? Like he's talking to him like he's already sure. He's just bullshitting him, and he draws his gun and shoots him. And so, again, I put the link in chat.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I
respectable as heck.
Hold on.
Here's my point.
Yeah, you told me to hold on 5 minutes ago.
So
Alan, let me jump in. Hold on, I'm gonna let you jump in right after Truth. Go ahead, Truth. Finish up.
And so I say that to say this. When we discuss the meta-analysis, because we can't really go case by case. We can't keep pulling different cases up. When we discuss the meta-analysis of these police shootings, we are literally, 9 times out of 10, going off of the cops and the police report. If it wasn't for body cams or witnesses, we would have no one's opinion but the cops. Now, what person's going to come out and say, I did a bad thing, I shot someone who didn't have it coming?
But you're stating the anomaly too. That's the whole point. We're not. Again. No. We do because I'm gonna tell you right now. We do. You know why? Because the body cams that the blacks have advocated for, they're asking them now to be removed because it's no. Don't tell me what to stop saying. We don't police my speech or control my speech. All right. So well, I don't give a fuck, nigga. You're weird, but I'm not shutting you up. Okay. So I'm black, but here's the thing. I'm an honest black. I'm an honest black. I don't deny. I don't true. I don't deny facts.
We have a conversation with you, Truth. Relax. I don't want you to crash out, bro. Relax. I want to have a conversation.
I'm gonna let Alan go. Here's the deal. Hold on, Truth. Here's the deal. I don't care, man. What you're saying is offensive to me, but I'm not shutting you up. I'm letting you have the floor to state your piece. Okay, get over it, nigga. Freedom of speech. Yeah. Okay, so here we go, Truth. So the point is, all right, let's get back on track. So the point is, Truth, is that what you just stated, we're not saying there aren't shitty cops out there. We're not saying, yes, there are shitty cops, and there are cops that have unjustifiably killed people. We agree with you. It does happen. What we're saying is, if you look at everything in totality, it is the extreme exception to the rule. It's not what's going on the overwhelming amount of time. And what we have to prove that now is body cameras are showing that the majority of cops are not conducting themselves in this way. So much to the tune that the blacks were claiming racism all in 2020, saying that, hey, we need to instill and codify that cops must, by law, have body cams footage, and that body cam must be rolling when they interact with the public. Hold on, no, BT, be quiet for a second. I'm gonna finish my point, and then Alan's going next. I'm just responding to Truth. It's to the point where they demanded to have it codified that legally, law enforcement is required to have body cams rolling when they're interacting. And now what we're seeing is that the narrative that's been pushed since 2020 is not true. That the overwhelming majority of the adversity when dealing with the civilian public and the cops is coming from the civilian public. Now they're asking to remove the body cams because it's proven the cops to be right. That the cops were the ones that overwhelmingly are being professional and doing the job accordingly. So that's what we're seeing now. But go ahead, Alvin, you got it.
Yeah, and let me respond to. I get it. Look, that cop is a piece of shit. I mean, the problem is that even if you say, well, the numbers aren't accurate. I mean, what Sid was saying, that happens. That kind of shitty cop, shooting. It's 9, maybe 10 times a year, according to current stats. And even you say, okay, it's underreported, then okay, maybe it's 50 shootings a year. That's still against 55 million police interactions every year, and about 1,000 police shootings every year. 235 about every year are black people. Okay, so the numbers still, when you look at the numbers, the idea that was promoted that the cops are targeting black men for death and black people for death, the stats just don't hold up, even if we give you the margin of error. That's why I always bring up those numbers. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing
Alan, before you go to the next, I just want to add on to what you said. I'll let you go. And what Alan said is 100% correct. And here's the other caveat: is that people want to say, "Oh, that's the white man statistics," and no, because these statistics were the same even when Barack Obama was in charge, and that was a top head dog of the Department of Justice, along with Loretta Lynch and Eric Holder, and under that black administration, the numbers were the fucking same. So I don't want to hear the excuse, "Oh, then the white man's numbers," and all no, because when the black man had control, it was the same fucking numbers. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, and the second thing I want to say to you, BT, look, I get it. But here's the thing. White people, we don't like the police either. In case you didn't know. We're not.
But y'all are allowed to do shit to them and not get killed. That's the point.
Hold on, let him finish.
You can show your disdain and not get on the line.
Yo. Relax, guys. Hold on. Al, I'm gonna let you go. Hold on, I'm gonna let you go. Guys, I want to hear. I want to have the conversation too. I'm amped too. I want to have the conversation, but y'all gotta relax. I want to hear what they gotta say. Then when it's your turn, we'll let you get in. Y'all know how it works. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, we're not going. oh gee, Mr. Police Officer, I'm so happy you pulled me over. Gosh darn, I did go through that stop sign. That was terrible of me. Please give me a ticket so that I may learn from this valuable lesson. No, we're all pissed too. We don't like it. We're pissed off. We feel it's unjustified. You can see, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure you've talked to your friends and had bad experiences. We talk to our friends. We all have bad experiences too. The point is that it's, everything Sig is saying, the old, is that, yeah, you don't hold court in the street. And and whether you're black, white, Asian, whatever it is, if you're polite, you will get the ticket and you will drive on. And I had to come up because you said, if I'm just walking down the street and a cop comes up to me and hassles me, well, that actually happened to me. In this particular case, I'm walking down the street, I cross the street, next thing I know, there's a cop there, and he says, come here. And I'm like, what the fuck? But I came over, I had something in my hand, I put it down, and he said, you were jaywalking. It said, don't walk, and you crossed. And then he said, I'm giving you a ticket now, and so that everybody sees you're getting a ticket, so that they won't jaywalk. I kept my mouth shut, I just stood there, he wrote out the ticket, and then he said, you crossed against the solid red. Because you were polite, I'm giving you crossing against the flashing red, which is a lesser penalty and a lesser, it's a lesser infraction. And here's the ticket. Have a good day. I said thank you, and I walked away.
All right, so
9% of the time, polite gets you a ticket, you walk away.
Can I go after you, Thomas?
yeah, let you get in there. I just want to say this as well. I was trying to get to this and I got cut off, but it's absolutely true. Again, it's not 100% proof, but listen, if you're giving out good energy to the police officer when they pull you over, like, man, why did this bitch ass nigga pull me over? Man, fuck that nigga, fuck them crackers. Yeah, you're probably gonna fucking get a ticket, and then if you act out, you're probably gonna get arrested. Now, with that being said, I've gotten out of so many fucking speeding tickets. Man, I be going sometimes like 20, 40 miles for speed limit sometimes. And I'm like, hey, my bad, officer, my bad. I fucked up. I shouldn't have been speeding and things like that. And I can't keep it pushing. Sometimes they give me a ticket. There's a lot of times they've let me off as well. I've never been arrested. Never been arrested, drug out of a car, none of that other goofy shit. Okay? Even, I had a situation, I'll say this. I had a situation, this was years ago. I was in college. I was going to see my mother. She lived on Basin Street in Tallahassee, Florida. Right? And it's a fucked up neighborhood. It was a fucked up area. Dudes with their titties out. It was a real rough area. I'll never forget. I got pulled over by police officers in my Kia Sportage at the time. I was broke as fuck. Okay? And what happened in that situation was I didn't do shit. But they told me to get out of the car, put my hands up. And they had guns drawn on me. They just pulled me over. If I would have responded like how some of y'all are saying respond, I probably wouldn't be here today. Trying to cuss out the police officers, whole court in the fucking street, and act fucking crazy because I feel offended because the motherfucker shouldn't have pulled me over in the first place because I didn't break any fucking laws. They were looking for someone not matched the description allegedly. And I could be like, okay, that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Nah, nigga, you were just stopping me because I'm black or whatever. And again, I might not have been here if I would have crashed out that way, guys. We cannot sit back and say that we want to hold court in the street, and then when we do and things don't end the way we want to, we want to step back, gnashing our teeth, screaming into the air, and saying the white man's terrible, the police are terrible, etc., etc. We can't move like that, guys. And go ahead, Isaac.
Yeah, that was me, Thomas. I called them on you. Sorry about that.
Dude, I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Yeah, and where's this place where the titties are on? I gotta go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to bring up a point for the idiots that are going, because you know what they're going to say. Well, that's because you're in a low-crime area, in a place where the black man has to be ostracized by the law because of his race. Well, guess what, you dumbasses? I grew up in that area. I grew up in an area that's very much describing.
whoever knows about Norfolk, Virginia, yes, even to this day, the violence rate is still not as bad, but it's still higher than the state average to this very day. Approximately 5 incidents per 1,000 residents. Residents have a 1 in 150, 1 in 180 chance of being a victim. That is of a robbery or violent crime that does or might include violence or murder with a deadly weapon. It has gotten better, but still can end up a dead person, or in this case, because of Norfolk, your kid can be dead because of bullets. Despite that, you then ask, well, do a lot of cops shoot black people? No, no. The premise that Norfolk, Virginia has a relative low rate of unlawful police shootings despite its high black population. Firearm ownership involves a mixture of pioneering local policy reforms, statewide legislative changes, and aggressive federal partnerships. So I will just make that simple. Essentially, the people act lawful and the cops act accordingly. I know that is hard for Blackistan educated people to understand, but I grew up in this place, and I can tell you, if you lawfully do not do stupid shit with weapons, being black, even if you get pulled over with your sometimes weed, you won't get shot or arrested or have a record for owning a gun while black. Actually, if you wanted to be even more fantastical in your brains, you might have an outstanding or an outdated warrant on some of your weapons because we are such a gun owning state that happens. And the cop will actually say, hey, that G18 dash like ZC21 or whatever the weird code might be for the specific lot, because yeah, black people in like a lot of lots. I don't know why, but that's just the thing we have. Yeah, it seems that that weapon is out of date. You need a reference or a link to get your weapon up to code so you don't have to worry. Yeah, the cops actually do that to black people, believe it or not. And that's a very normal and common interaction because that's kind of a thing known in the entire state. Black people don't really keep up with weapon codes and shit. So a lot of cops basically say, yeah, your training permit is out of date. You might need to go update that so you don't get arrested. And that happens when you are law abiding, non criminal, that's a don't be a criminal with a gun, then you will kind of might face that. But even in those cases, the majority of the criminals that do have former records, as long as it's not an active thing, you still can own a firearm. You'll just be dealing with the cop probably about 30 minutes because they're going to check everything instead of 5 minutes. So the gist of the story is, even in a very high violent crime area, and the population of black people own a high amount of firearms. I mean, this is a really high amount. We still don't have the cops murking us if we're not breaking the law. Now, if we are breaking the law, I will give you that. You're probably going to get shot.
So how often you seen a white guy get shot for having something that resembled a gun? Like when's the last time?
I knew a couple of friends that got killed like that.
Or do they
You know what is stupid is
do they show more retreat? Because I see a lot. I see the same thing. So basically, if you saying that
I don't like that.
my bad. No, I was saying, so if we 13% of the population, how does this stat that he said earlier even resonate? If we supposedly 13% and it's 200 out of 1,000 getting killed, and we're 13% of the population.
You guys are also killed. The black people also are responsible for killing officers and attempting to kill officers in comparison to whites. Do you
mean,
think
so how many in comparison
statistically
to
how
what?
much more likely a black person is to
Can we have some stats in the source?
involved in a
Like, we
felony
just think,
stop or a
just
physical
throwing shit in
altercation?
the air
Shut
at
the
this
fuck
point.
up while I'm talking,
I know more white guys that went out
shut your
suicide
fucking
by
mouth
cops.
while I'm talking. That's so
Man,
fucking...
motherfucker.
You can shut your fucking mouth, dude. Goddamn, I'm trying not to cuss at you. No, the reality is, though, is that black people have way more negative interactions that they start with the fucking police. Hence, they're overrepresented. The stats all... I don't know how many videos I saw them to just be, like, on my fucking Facebook feed, and it'll be... I saw at least a couple of black guys crashing out, yelling at the cops, saying, "You pussy, suck my dick," you know, all of this stuff. And the cops are like, "Okay, now, all right, yeah. Just come on, let's go."
Don't forget, black women, when they get arrested, they always lie and say they're pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is that mouthing off to the cops doesn't even get you killed. Okay, if a cop is responding to a crime where they think a gunner or a robbery was involved, and you decide to get, resist arrest at that point, I mean, you're just playing fool's poker. You don't know how that's gonna turn out. It seems like most of these deadly shootings, it goes a lot further than just somebody opening their mouth. Cops are actually very used to people being rude and insulting them. So I don't know. I don't buy this shit.
Yeah, real quick, Pepe. I just want. Okay, here we go. So I want to, real quick, Isaac. I want to play a clip just so you guys can get an idea of what we're talking about. And again, I'm somebody that watches. I watch a lot of police body cam footage. I watch a lot of it, man. I use it for my training and my CPL classes. And this is typically, overwhelmingly, what you see. This is the interaction you see when it comes to blacks and the police. Here we go. Listen to this.
Just running it, and she has only school ID. But
This happened, and this situation happened in Hamtramck, Michigan, actually not too long ago. This was less than a year. No, this is about a year ago in Hamtramck, which is right on the border of Detroit. So it's white cops dealing with a car full of black females, and I'll grab the link and I'll pin it up to the jumbotron.
she doesn't have a date of birth. Okay, I'm gonna have her step past two other people in the car.
Real quick, I'm gonna rewind it so you guys can hear when the cops approach. You guys can hear it from the start. All right, let's see here.
Change topics.
Yeah, we ended up changing topics.
So we got a lot more clip than usual. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so this popped up.
Hope again, Gallagher doesn't have a driver's license, no registration.
So, okay, yeah, this is actually an abridged version, but the cops approach the car, the young women. They pulled them over due to expired tags or whatever. The women didn't have any registrations, driving on suspended. Completely fucked up, all right? So the cop had a reason to pull them over. Listen to this interaction.
Nothing at all. It does have a template. I was able to see it, so I'm just running it. And she has only school ID. Right. She doesn't have a date of birth. Okay, I'm gonna have her step past two other people in the car. Alright, man. So I'm gonna have you step out because you don't have a date of birth in there. So what's your date of birth? Because I don't know who you are at this moment. So as soon as I have information, then you can. Okay, you will have to step out for a second. Okay. I don't feel.
So granted, legally, okay, Terry stop. This has been ruled on by the Supreme Court. The cops have a legal right to demand you step out of the car. That is a lawful order. You must comply. You don't have a choice. And listen to this lady respond. I don't feel comfortable stepping out of my car. That's problem number one right there. And you hear the female officer. She's being respectful. Her voice isn't raised. She's not calling them any names. She's not being aggressive. She's not escalating. She politely asked her, hey, I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle because you don't have paperwork to drive and operate this vehicle. So I need to further investigate this, right? This is 100% protected by the Supreme Court and the law. Listen to the reaction.
Listen, if you don't come out of the car, you're going to be arrested. Because she's asking you to come out of the car. I will not. You got to come out of the car right now. Do your seatbelt and come out of the car.
You hear how nice that white male officer just asked her? He said, hey, lady, if you don't step out of the car, you're going to be arrested. So just come on out of the car, take off your seatbelt, not being disrespectful, not escalating at all. Here we go.
Yeah. She's... I think I saw this video. Arrested, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
How can I be under arrest?
You're driving without a license.
Call your supervisor.
You're going to be removed from the car if you don't open the door.
Call your supervisor. We want the
is, you heard her. You gonna have to drag me out of this car. You heard. I'm telling you, this is overwhelmingly, when blacks have situations, this is how it goes. You gonna have to drag me out of this. Now, who's escalating? Who's fucking escalating this situation? Thank you. Okay, so hold on, let's tell us stuff.
You want someone in the car, we're gonna break the window, and we're gonna remove you from the vehicle, you're gonna be arrested for felony possession. And then you're coming over here.
No, she pulled off on the car. Alright, she fucking pulled off. Ended up going on a high-speed chase, and she crashed into another car at the intersection and killed 2 innocent people in that car that she crashed into. And I'm telling you, this is a Sandra Bland. This is what happened to Sandra Bland. Okay, the majority of these adverse interactions we got, this is how it starts. There's a shit ton of body cam footage. You're gonna see more than some body cam footage, and you're gonna see the other way around. And then the cop being fucking wrong and incorrect.
Did you see the one scene where the black lady was with her goddamn son, and the police officer pulled her over for whatever reason, and she just starts going off on him. Just going off on him. He was being very polite. He said, okay, I'm just gonna give you a citation. And she said, I don't want it. And she took me and threw it out the window. He said, it's late already. Yeah, he said, it's late already, lady. She had to come here, pulled her out. She started putting, like, get your fucking hands off me. And the little kid, the older son was like, howling and screaming, oh my God, please stop. And I'm letting go. See, this is, bring your son. She didn't care. Don't act like your son. Don't act like you give a fuck about your son being traumatized. Now, you didn't give a fuck when you were sitting back there acting ass, showing your ass to the police officer because you didn't want to get a ticket for speeding.
type of attitude, oh, she fucking with you, bottom line. But for some reason, they feel like it's okay to act that way with other people, and then you cry and get upset when it comes to it's a fucking attitude. You know, they come up to her. Okay, are you okay? And it's too fucking disrespectful ass, shitty ass attitude she got. Once a cop tells you to step out of the car, and he's not your warrant for a traffic citation, then you have the right Terry versus the state of Ohio. That's what watching review. Then you have the right to step out of the vehicle and you got your life. You're not breaking the law. That is an arrestable offense. And the only reason why I put this on her is she decided to follow
abolish the police. We need to get the police out of the black community. That's what it's about.
Like these people here are the problem. I was just saying, like, bro, not the police, bro. Like, your ass wasn't out of here, bro. Because somebody would have took care of your business. Like, no shit, though. Like, a lot of police is saving a lot of people. They just like,
I think my response is when people say, well, we need to police out of the neighborhood, we need to police our home. I say, okay, cool. That sounds good in theory. Now, let's game theory this shit out. Because our home, I say, okay, so here's my game. All right, let's say New York puts a police, a black community police line. How do we hold those accountable that go too far?
outcome. So this is why I asked the question. How do we hold those accountable that are taking shit too far?
Not taking shit too far, just maybe just thinking of that, to do the things that they have assigned people that necessary. So if we have to make our own hires and make those, let's say that we have a farmer, say, hey, this is my farm, this is
Again, during that election in the 90s when Clinton was running against Bush, that first election, Bush was gaining traction because blacks were sick of the violent crime in their neighborhoods. They were sick of it. They were fed up with it. All the bodies dropping, the crack, the drugs, the dilapidation of their neighborhoods, and they were saying, hey, we want this shit put to an end. We need heavy police force here. And Bush was gaining traction because Bush was coming in with the tough on crime stance. And the Democrats were like, oh shit, we can't let these Republicans win. We can't let Bush win. So they had to go the extra fucking mile. That's why that 94 crime bill came in and all that shit. So like, fine, we gotta double down and go above and beyond what the Republicans are proposing so we can get that fucking vote back. And that's what saw the election over. And blacks overwhelmingly voted for that shit. And I mean, that was all. I'm not one of these blacks that's against the shit. I'm like, you saw the crime drop instantly. The crime dropped fucking immediately when that happened. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for it, man. When you got shit out of control like that, you need a tough fucking police force. But it's on the people to keep the government accountable so they don't overstep their responsibility. Again, don't let your communities and neighborhoods get out of control like that. And again, a lot of these black communities have this fucking no-snitch policy. It's like you don't want police covering this shit, but you're not willing to fucking police your own community yourself because you don't want to fucking be a snitch. Because you're scared of being ostracized by a bunch of fucking societal rejects around you. And it's the same community, they're tearing it down and destroying it. to let them come in and say something.
That's what I feel about
What's your future?
I can see they obviously white supremacy always wants to use certain side of the population side of statistics, right? Because it doesn't think anything. Seems like they work out locally. We can take it worse for white people because they're taking certain population, they're more violent globally. You know what I'm saying? The top 8 countries of the top 10 are all white. I would say it's there. Here in America, right? And the crime statistics, FBI crime statistics, right? They all require credit. Nobody is required to be charged, right? Not to be charged. It's white people. It's not represented as white people. Now they say you have to be, I mean, they say you have to be asked by Secretary of G out of, they said, what is the British representative? He asked, FBI, and he just said, right and security.
And Wesley, terrorists for a few years. What was it? 2018, 17, 16, if I recall correctly, it was black identity extremists. So, they start talking about the white terrorists and generally talking about Nazi terrorists. The black identity extremists are pretty much the other side of the same coin. They're not really that much different in terms of belief system. Yeah, black, you can say overall numerically, yes, for 60% of the country, you guys are 13 numerically crimes. But when it comes to rape crimes that are committed, black people, it's disproportionate. If you look at things like homicide, you guys commit the actual numerical of homicides in this country. That's like one crime that black people actually excel at.
I've never seen a white city celebrate the July 40 shot, 75 shot, but I mean, every fucking holiday weekend in Chicago. You don't see so many shots.
On our holiday, bro. On our holiday, Juneteenth, they were blowing each other away too. It was absolutely wild. Hey, can I bring up the issue?
Yeah, and then I want to let I know Congressman just came in. I know he wanted to chime in. Go ahead.
I think this happened out in California or Texas. Probably even Arizona. Does anybody remember that white man that got into the bullshit like Los Angeles? Not Los Angeles.
Hell's Angels.
They just got it off. Yeah, they got it to Washington. passes the all anti-government extremists led by Armand and Ryan Bundy, sons of Nevada owners. Nevada rancher, I'm sorry, not Arizona, Vegas. That's Vegas. Nevada rancher Clyde Bundy took over headquarters of the new National Wildlife Refuge. Nobody ended up dying in these things, right? They made recordings before they took these up over. They divided it up, right? But guess what? They went to court. They got a qualified majority victory. And this motherfucker Clyde, Ryan, Amon, runs for fucking governor. So now, this guy's been able to get the grade. The grade comes out of the sentence, right? The grade, and he's a communist. Therefore, he's running down. You know, to the grade, he gave 600 something Americans to keep 179. He put the bill in Oklahoma. That is unusual. That's why he made it.
Don't say it so loud, you'll get us in trouble.
question was happening. Okay, I get your experience, but again, once we get he was talking about how his books are. Okay, so then I can ask him the same question. What are the odds of you as a black man almost getting lynched by white people versus getting killed by black people? You have way higher odds of getting killed by black people by someone else. Nobody's talking about why do they talk about white people? Because it's more likely people that look like him are
Crimes last right now, the arrest rate, so per capita, that's what I was explaining to y'all earlier. So per capita, arrest rates are higher, but the amount of crime is presented white people commit the most crime per capita. The crime is not just arrest rates, that's the first thing. Second thing is that the white community is not just black groups of people, all races of people are killed. So that's the first thing. So that's the way they talk.
complex that is unnerving. And some things please, relax.
he shot back. Then we come to find out that nobody attacked him and he shot them. And since not going to get to
we don't have all of the fucking facts.
what are you talking about? Law is public. This stuff comes out in public.
Shut up.
Shut up. Because you're the one that I still never said nothing about Metcalf or
Chad, this would be respectful about please.
I'm having a conversation with you.
No, you're talking over me.
It's called a conversation.
No, it's you talking over me. That's not a conversation.
Exactly. None of y'all have been in a barbershop. That's how I know none of y'all have been in a barbershop and had a conversation.
Okay, so you can't use the dynamic range and the acoustics that would come from bouncing on walls in a fucking barbershop. We have our digitalized processing of our voices there that basically the volume is going to be capped. When people talk over each other, you're not going to be able to tell who's talking to who. It's going to end up being public. So it's why it's not the same. But anyways, I even Austin Metcalf said or Carmelo Anthony, I didn't know the facts. The tape recordings didn't come out before the trial, or even during the trial. I didn't know anything. And even with the fucking filter, I don't know. They have this video that shows something happens and I don't know, that's it. I don't have full story. I don't rush to judgment on these things because despite what I might want to believe is true, it's too easy to be proven wrong. And I don't really want to have a track record of trying to predict things that could be wrong.
Alright, again, Pepe, you switching up. Because I remember you saying when we were talking about you brought up the Carmelo Anthony and the Metcalf case, the only thing I said was judge the building. So since we're going back to that, I remember you saying when people were saying that, hey, we don't know all the facts about Carmelo Anthony, you're chipping out, you're chipping out, you're chipping out. And when I said to you, and Monica that was also in here, and there was another lawyer lady, I don't remember her fucking name, that was in here, Judge the Builder is going to go through the same thing that Carmelo Anthony is going through, and that's what he's going through right now. He was like, no, that's not going to happen. He's going to get out. He's going to be fine. He still ain't got out. And I heard that. Just hold on. I was quiet. I was quiet and I let you speak. Why are you being emotional? I was quiet and I let you speak. So chill out. It's okay. We're having a conversation. I said in here that he's going to go through the same thing because it's the same thing. He jumped off and shot that motherfucker over some words. And that's what the judge said. That's why the judge was like, no, man, nah, I don't give a fuck about all the people giving you money on the fucking app. Nah, man, you can't get out. Nah, man, you shot that person in front of the club, in front of the courthouse. Like, no, that's why he's not out right now. Because Carmelo Anthony got out. Because they really didn't know the facts. He got out. He was given a bond. You don't think it's a prison? This is another. Hold on, man. Because you talk. Every time you talk, nobody else can talk. This is just me and you talking. Because everybody else was not in the room when we were speaking about it. I remember specifically because I've been waiting to speak to you. Why can't you understand or concede that it's the same fucking thing? Judge the Builder is not getting out, but you want to sit up there and suck his dick because he's a different color than Carmelo Anthony. They're both wrong. I can admit that Carmelo is wrong. Why can't you admit that Judd is wrong?
Because I don't know all the facts that
but you were saying Carmelo was wrong before the trial even started. And you didn't know all the facts that yes you did. I was with you. You switched. So you wasn't calling black people saying they was shipping out.
I am the most racist white man on this fucking app.
That's not what I said.
So trust me, I'm not trying to save face here. Everybody knows that I'm quick to call people the N-word. That's what I do.
I never said that to you.
Yeah, and I'm racist. I never said that to you. This is not what this is about. It's not what this is about. I did not see Carmelo.
I'm asking you specifically to you, because nobody else is ever talking.
Everybody else.
I hope something that gets off, and I hope that he's able to sue the fucking law, the fucking police department just out of spite for you. How does that work?
And that's how you walk somebody down. There you go. Because he also was calling black people chipping out on his app. But then he got out and walked around in public, and he never said no curse, no disrespect to no black person, no N-word, no chipping out. He's like, I'm walking around in public, I can't do that right now. But he talks so tough on his app.
I've done it before.
But you didn't do it at that time. You did not do it. Exactly. Because you
I don't think you understand. I live in a, hold on. This is so low IQ. Sad.
I'm so low IQ.
Yes, I do talk shit online like most people that generally you would not say it in polite public. Now, when it comes to this, I live in a very nice part of town. Any black person that would
You said that before.
Yes.
But how do you know?
Okay, shush. Let me drop them. You fucking monkey. Let me finish.
Don't you? Words don't bother me.
Okay, then let me finish. I'm trying not to leave you out into the audience.
Hey, I'm not speaking to you. Don't speak with that.
Disrespect the room. He's not. No.
That's true. You can do whatever you feel you need to do to me. You would not do it in public.
Okay. I live in an area, okay, where a black person that I would be in the store that would hear me. This is some nerdy goddamn, high-income black man that is not going to chip it out and lose his goddamn job because he had to lose control of himself because he heard some cracker saying the N-word. It's not going to happen. That's not something I'd have to worry about. I have done it in public on this app. You're so stupid.
On this app is not in public. In real life.
No,
You went and you a black community in your area and said, hey, y'all niggas.
No, because I don't know about fucking with people. I don't do that.
Okay, but you do it on this app.
Oh, no. We're having this conversation. So you're a loud, obnoxious, ignorant black man, i.e. a Negro, and I'm talking to you, and you're being very, very abrasive and rude. And I'm speaking to you in kind, we're talking about race, and you're black and I'm white, and somehow in the morally superior positions, anything that's contrary to your belief is racist, and you're just chomping at the bit to call me racist, and I'm saying, fuck you, goddamn me, I am racist, so what? And that's that. What is your fucking point?
Again, I ain't never called you none of those words. You came off and said all of those words to me. I never said you were white. I never said you were racist. The people be reading off the mic and are talking. I never said you were racist. I never said none of that stuff. I just looked to what you said. I just looked to what you said, but you decided to call me a whole bunch of names because that's how you feel in your heart. And that's fine.
Because I have done it.
Again,
There's more people that I've known on here for years, and I've never referred to them in a negative way regarding their race.
Because, again, secondly, one, you don't know what color I am because you see a picture.
I can tell the fucking, first of all, you can tell people's race. I don't know who Mrs. Speak is in the background. Shut your fucking mouth. No, hold on, you're watching the audience.
Well, I can't finish, but you keep
But the problem, though, is that, by the way, there's a reason why people can generally tell the difference. Like, do you know how you guys have more or less? I have more of, like, what we call a beak and amplified nose. You can see my picture of a big nose. So I sound a little nasally. Black people tend to have no pedals. It's not only to your nasal passages, but also your sinus cavities, because your skull shape is slightly different. You guys have a different inflection in your voice. How everything reverberates between those ugly spaces does make you sound different. And so I can tell from listening to you that you are black. So, what? Cut the shit.
okay, you would be wrong if I'm super white. Secondly, I never knew that was you in the picture. I thought it looked like a ramen. Also, like, I don't judge people with bullshit that they got motherfucking Clubhouse. I'm not judging none of y'all. I'm just asking, why can't you be realistic and realize that Judd the Builder is not going to get out?
How would I fucking know? I can't. He will or won't.
Well, you sat up there.
Carmelo Anthony.
You don't have the replays on, but you sat up here, and I remember, because you know, I write down shit, and I remember you saying
Midway summer, and then Chow got off, and Carmelo got found, and then Chuck was going to be found not guilty. Yeah, that was a demon. You're saying that shit is so right.
Again, I'll let you finish. Can you finish or not? If you can't do it, I'll just stop talking. Can you do it or not?
I'm answering you.
You are answering me.
No, I'm not.
Having a conversation.
No, you're trying to make it qualifier I'm so important.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to have a conversation with you because you've been off this app for a minute, and I wanted to speak to you for a while. So now that I found you, I'm bringing it up now. If you want, we can have the same conversation in the back channel. Hey, Kay, I'm not talking to you. If you want, we can. Kay, I'm not talking to you. I'm speaking to that man about something. Please relax. Please relax, man. Please relax, bro. Please relax, bro. Exactly. I'm going to make my point. If you would relax and let me make my point. Every time you my point and you're doing Pepe, get off mic, but I let y'all finish. I'm supposed to be angry, bro. I did. I hear everything he said. I heard everything he said. That's fine, but that's not what you call everybody else. You call me that. I'm a Negro. I'm a Negro. I'm not. We're having a conversation, so it doesn't fit. You have 25 seconds to begin. Now I got 25 seconds. First of all, fuck what you said. Fuck what you said, because every point that you made here was also wrong. Secondly, Pepe, the simple question is, how come you can't understand that both cases are the fucking same? The same with now some guy. The same way, I'm speaking as fast as I can. You said I got 25 seconds, so I started speaking fast. No. All the time. You have the time. Okay, so let me finish, please. Please, can I say that? Or is that chicken out? I'll be saying please. Yeah, I get it. Alright, so now I'm asking Pepe, why can't you see that those cases are the same based off of what we know right now at this time? The judge already said, hey man, you shot somebody who did not say nothing if they were supposed to be at the courthouse. Hey man, any time. I never say
that there is one, so he has a trial for two different things. One of them is for like disorderly conduct or trespassing, something minor. And he was denied bail for this misdemeanor in another court. And then I think his bail was kept as $1 million for his attempted murder or whatever the fuck charge he got. Once again, I don't know all the details, so I'm not predicting what's happening, but or going to happen. But to say that this is the same using your language as the Carmelo Anthony, and no, you have two adults, very happy.
That's the only thing you have. One were kids and one were adults.
Okay,
Both were the aggressor. Carmelo was the aggressor. Carmelo stabbed that person. Aggressor. And Judd, that's prematurely. Judd shot that person because the other person did not have a gun. We know the other person did not have a gun because the other one got him. And what are you talking about, someone?
I don't even know what the other guy was doing. You don't even know what the other guy was doing. I don't know, if somebody...
It does not matter.
Yes, it does matter.
If Carmelo was not justified because somebody spoke words to him, then Chuck the Builder was not justified. Words to him.
Okay, here's what I have not seen refuted. But once again, ultimately, I assaulted by this man. Okay, that man ended up physically assaulting him. Okay, and you don't know that.
They already talked about it. If someone never going on, what are you talking about?
I never know. I
I can see this public record. Why can't you see it? Because you don't want to see it.
It's public record.
I don't know about this. You don't want to see it. The judge already said, no, I'm going to deny your bond because you attacked that man.
No, the bond was denied. The bond was denied. So, pre-trial, he was denied bond for misdemeanor. And the reason that and she's not the one that's sitting over the, it's actually he that's sitting over the attempted murder one. This one is because of his history of provocation and you know, I guess like instigating and using racist language, and I guess he had there was one video where he had said something about like he's willing to go down, you know, with the fight and all this stuff.
And we using racist language the whole time.
Sure.
About Chuck, he been using it the whole time.
Yes, but hold on. There was a video that was played during that hearing where he is insinuating something like, oh, well, you know, this could end my life. I want to go out without a fight. Something like that. And that was played during his trial, or during that hearing. And then that meant the judge, for his misdemeanor case, ended up giving him no bond. So despite whether or not he pays $1 million, it's still at $1 million for the attempted murder. He can't bond out because of that. The judge in the misdemeanor case. That's what happened.
Okay, so I'm gonna concede to everything you're saying. Like, let's say everything is exactly right. So they end up going to trial and they find out that Judge Glover shot that man because that man said some words to him. You gonna come in here and say you're wrong? Hey, chill out, man.
That was what had happened.
No. Hypothetical, because like you said, the trial did not happen yet. So when the trial happens, and they find out that Judge Glover shot that man because he said words to him, are you gonna come in here and talk about him the same way you talked about Carmelo Anthony?
Yes. I would say, shut up. Let me finish. So I said, shut up. And so,
You're chipping out, man.
I'm like such a fucking hater.
My guys, we have a conversation.
Don't say cut it out. Don't say come on now, okay? Because you wasn't with that before.
So all I will say is this.
We have a conversation here, sir.
So I will say, shut the fuck up and let me finish. Shut the fuck up.
All right, you're chipping out.
I'm gonna wrap it now. This is so nonsense.
That's what chips do.
Okay, I'm ready. This is so I just need to keep going.
I just want to, sir, having a conversation. Be respectful of the lives, man. Damn, have a conversation. No.
This is a good thing. This is a good thing. I know it's going to be great. I got people on both sides. I got right here. All the basic inspiration. It's cool. It's so cool. It's all certain type of like. To be honest, man, you know, it's a certain segment of our culture. It's just something for everybody. It's a certain kind of class that likes to work around. It's a certain kind of rights that rights don't uphold slowly getting trained to talk about something or somebody. But like the odds of it's going down the years are left. Not the brothers, not the black men, not the black understanding. We want to work every day for the street. We want to make our sons out here trying to act like they do the right lifestyle with these rappers. Like that's what it is, man. This is, you know,
What's the problem is that what y'all don't, what you want people like you want is that you want the good black people to take accountability for the bad black people. And that's basically what this gets down to. It's all about, it's like,
I don't want you to take responsibility on speaking or asking. I want you to help me out. I want to put these niggas out like the campus tries to. I want to talk. I want, if my son and your son is behaving in interactivity, I want to figure it, go down, and get rid of it. One way or another. That's what it is.
yeah, that's cool. But see, my point to you is that when we talk as if that's the majority of the black community, and that's all. Let me finish. So listen, there's never been a time where we didn't take accountability for the crime in our neighborhoods. There's never been a time where we didn't acknowledge the crime. There's a reason why the crime rate has dropped since the 1980s. Those issues. You understand what I'm saying?
It was. He wants people like you to take accountability. Like the problem is this, is that you guys want to live around white people. You guys want to be street there. God damn it, can I finish, Kate? Okay, so you want like to be treated fairly, all of this stuff. It's like, okay, so you want to live amongst us. Okay, we have rules. We have a way of operating. And it just seems like, well, golly gee, you have a segment of the black population that cannot live by the fucking rules that we have. And obviously, bending those rules, for these Korean blacks it's not an acceptable option. And what you get is you have the black community, like with Carmelo Anthony, all of a sudden, they rally around him, they basically reverse who's the victim and who's the offender. They start attacking not only the kid that was killed, but saying vicious, nasty things about the kid, the father, including the white community. And it's just like, you know what, fuck you guys. I mean, it doesn't work that way. When do you see us celebrate? Anywhere in the Main Street, for example, that kid in Buffalo that went into the shopping center and just started shooting all the black people we saw. In the Main Street, whether it's an influencer, a politician, news, who sticks up for that kid, who stepped up for Dylan Roof, for leaving to a black church. They were kind enough to let this awkward, autistic white boy, pray with them, and then he fucking killed him afterwards. Like, he's a close person. Obviously, very sick kid. But who's saying, like, oh, well, Rolly Jimmy, what's trying to downplay this? Nobody downplayed it.
Let me respond to this.
We don't want you guys constantly trying to, you try to make martyrs out of the shittiest fucking people in our society and uncover them. And it is absolutely obnoxious, and it's not only toxic for the whole fucking country, but it's especially toxic for your fucking community.
Yeah, so there's never been a time. Yeah, there's never been a time murderers or criminals or nothing like that. What we talk about is the unfairness of the system. So that same white person that you're talking about that goes out there and commit a crime, so they're gonna get a lesser crime than a black person that's just driving drunk. That's what we fight against, is the unfairness of the system.
that guy was confidently listing. He was listing the crime numbers. Hold on, no, but you're not. No. This needs to be alerting. No. This needs to be. No. This needs to be a learning experience. Because I don't think you understand. Sig ended up. Hold on. Sig ended up alluding to it. Sig ended up alluding to it. So Sig ended up alluding to it. All the other people. Okay. All right. Sig was alluding to it while Eli was speaking, saying how whites commit the majority of this crime. It was actually kind of comical. He would list how there's like 400,000 violent crimes that are committed by whites and 200,000 that are committed by blacks. And it's just like in his head, he doesn't realize, oh, we're like over 4 times the population. Which is like, oh, I don't see how you guys are committing literally. You're literally, no, it's not, okay, per capita is only stupid people. So yeah, it's absolutely no. How do you compare two different groups of different populations?
That's the issue with it. Why is it in America Hold on. So answer this one. Why is it in America white Americans get less time for sexual?
Okay, that is actually bullshit. That is bullshit.
It's a basic problem.
I don't know, how would you know that? Okay, hold on. Was it when you were a Goya bean eating spick that was in prison and you converted to Islam on Shalab, and then you became like basically a jihadist, you're basically disgracing your Catholic ancestry. Usually spicks are proud, but you're obviously not proud because you have the gospel that of a foreign. Yeah, you're saying that about your ancestors. That's why. That's your blood. That is your bloodline.
You said
that is your bloodline. You literally, you can talk shit about Catholics all you want. That is literally your bloodline.
you couldn't touch the boy. That's why you agree with that shit. You're a Mexican that died in the skin color the same as Trump. You want to be like some
third world shit's in religion. If I want to try to attack the religion of a building of the 6th century or 5th century, you're being fucking children.
The Vatican.
You're prophets.
Boys in the confession room. And
that's cute. But what's funny is that your prophet literally raped your prophet literally raped a little girl.
I can't.
So no. The person that you revere more than anybody, the Prophet Muhammad,
this one was a king.
He literally raped children. So you can talk shit about Catholics all you want, but if you don't have a prophet or a Messiah that is a child rapist, that is literally like the worst flex you can possibly fucking nice